Right, here we are. Just check everything is all happy-dory. Got some audio. Right, here we are. Just check everything is all happy-dory. Got some audio. Right, here we are. I think we're good. Morning everyone. Welcome to an icy Gold Valley Lakes. I am on peg 46 on Gold Lake, and as you might be able to see to my left, there's ice. Those geese aren't going to land. So there's ice to peg 45. There's ice in front of 45. So I've got this band of ice that comes around here, and then in front of me, and I've got a chuck. I've got an okay chuck, and I'm going to fish it. And then there's no ice to my right. So see what happens. As you can see by the old landing net there, it's a bit icy. So on that basis, we don't have a lot set up today. In fact, what we've got set up, I'm going to put that in there. It's going to sit on there. Right. So what we have got set up is maggot feeder. Just got it out of the bag, same from the other day. So small maggot feeder, 8-pound ST on my tournament rod to a Guru quick change bead. I've got a 10-inch hook length. No, it's not. It's 12-inch hook length to a size 14 MWG, and I'm going to fish maggots. The same maggot and pinky mix from the other day. I've got some for me, and I've got another box, and I'm going to fire some to the left and see if I can encourage some geese to come and help break the ice if I need to my left. So I'm going to have a little think about this. I could have a little chuck to my left, and then I'm going to fish, I think, just on the border of the ice, and then I can chuck in front of peg 47, which you can't see it. I'm going to put my arm down there. You can't see it, but there's a little lump of wood on the ice that was on the edge of it, and the ice has creeped slightly to the right. So I'm going to fish in that area. It's just like the ice is encroaching on my peg, and maybe I end up fishing in front of me. But yeah, let's see what happens today. It's cold. I think it's currently 0 degrees. And the forecast changed sort of overnight. It was meant to be up to 4 degrees today, and the sun was meant to be shining by now, but now the sun doesn't look like it's going to come out till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So we'll see. We'll see. I was just chatting to the guy to my right. That ice has creeped to the right slightly. But there's a bit of a ripple now, so I don't know if that's going to help. And yeah, let's see what happens. I have cast the feeder once into the ice, just went straight through it, and then got stuck. I don't know why I did it, but I did. And yeah, could be a lot of chatting today and not a lot of catching, but it's fun. Morning Steve, morning Lee. Welcome to the stream. And welcome everyone else that's just arrived. Nice to see you all on this slightly misty, cold Wednesday morning. I couldn't see the far bank when we came. I can actually now see there's 2 people opposite me. I don't know what their pegs look like. There's 3 people. I can see a 3rd person now. The peg to my left was deemed unfishable. I think the peg to the left of that is also unfishable. So on to my left, there was an angler here. He's left. It's just ice in front of him. The next guy, it's ice in front of him, but I think he's in the cafe having a cup of tea. And then the guy to the end, he's got a little bit of a chuck, similar to mine actually. And then, as I say, to the right of me, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anglers, and they're in open water. So what have we got? 2 minutes and then we're off. Let's break this up. Maybe the right thing to do today would have been set the pole up, but I didn't bring it with me. I'm going to fish the same 3 maggots and a pinky as we did the other day. And I guess the pinky mix is slightly diluted because I had another couple of pints of maggots, so it was 1 pint of pinkies and 2 pints of maggots, or 2.5 maggots, and I've added another 2 pints of maggots to the mix, so there's a little bit more. I'm not an icebreaker, that's not my thing, so it could be a while, I don't know. Saying that, it might only be a couple of weeks, I don't know, but I'll have to check my schedule, Lee. All right, we're off. Here we go. Right, this is going to go around first chuck. Oh, I want my stopwatch, don't I? I haven't even got my clicker. Right, let's see if I can get this in. That'll do me. Drop that feeder arm down a little bit. So I've had ages to set up, and then I spent most of that time talking about the ice and getting another cup of tea. Now the match has started, I'm not ready. Right, so let's put that there today. Let's put the clicker here. Got 2 nets out, one for carp, one for bream, silvers. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, there's ice on the lake, Andrew, and I'm fishing in it. So if you've just arrived, I've got ice to my left. I've got ice between sort of just past halfway, maybe 60%, and then the last 40% to the rope, that's ice. And then it's clear to my right, all the way down the end there. But yeah, to my left it's ice, and the ice has been creeping down the lake, and it has creeped a little bit further in this last hour, but the temperature's meant to go up slightly, and then ultimately the sun's meant to come out, but I'm not sure what's going to happen. If the ice just continued to come, then I'd be fishing in front of peg 47 about 10 meters out. But even if it's that, I'm still fishing, and I'm still going to do it. So we're just going to stay with it. We're going to stay with it. See what I've got to do. See these geese today. These geese are going to be my friend, because I'm going to get some maggots. And I'm going to fire that maggots over that ice. And then those geese, ducks, are going to go and break it. Come on, go and break that ice for me. Come on. No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Look. I can see the maggots on the top of that ice. It's funny. I wish. Oh, the seagull's coming. That's not my bait. Surely not gone that far. Seagull can't land. There's a few Canada geese flying around. I need them to come along. I can imagine all that ice is going to melt now, and that'll be great later on. Well, if that ice goes, I'll fish there later. That's funny. I could actually fire some maggots on the edge of that ice, I don't know. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens today. Good fishing though. Thanks for joining. I'll just angle that camera down just a little bit. So tactics pretty simple today. Try and catch on a maggot feeder. And I've got a marker on the ice to the right hand side, it's a lump of wood, and I can judge if the ice is getting worse or it's getting easier. I don't know if this ripple is going to be good for ice or like help break it, or whether it's going to make it worse. I don't know. What's going to happen though is the sun comes up over the Basingstoke Canal in front of me, and the sun will come up over the canal. So when the mist goes, if the sun comes out to break the ice, I'm going to have the sun in my eyes. But yeah, those ducks didn't like the idea of breaking that ice for me, did they? Down today. And that could be 4 5-pound fish, or it could be 2 10-pound fish. I have a strong feeling that there could be quite a few people blanking today. But you never know, right? The carp in here go up to 30 pounds, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about getting a 30-pound carp in that landing net, but I think I'll drop the keep net, just guide it into the keep net. But it'll be an interesting challenge. But yeah, maybe as low as £20 today. But we'll see. We'll see. You never know with these venues. Interestingly, after my match on Sunday, they had another match on Monday. Someone got £40 out of my peg, and then the fish are clearly moving around. There was the match that I fished was one with £100. The gentleman to my right today had that, and the fish are slightly balled up on that lake and they're moving around. So they were down like to the 130s on Sunday, and then they moved, and they've moved again, I think. But the technique was still the same. All the weights came from maggot feeder. That was dead right. And I've had some discussion with my friend about, was there fish to the rope, and should I have started on the rope and then come short later in the day? But it's a bit difficult, just kind of, you know, hindsight. I think you could, it's like 50-50 gamble. So I wasn't overly worried, but strong finish. But when you catch 2 fish for 17 odd pounds, you need to catch another 4 fish for 40 pounds, you know. If I could caught 1 fish an hour. I would love for this to go round today. I'm not sure at what temperature these cameras will work to, so we could be in a bit of trouble. They definitely go off if they get too hot. I'm not too sure about the cold temperature. It should be right because they're running, but let's see. So if the stream drops out, it could be due to adverse weather conditions. Adverse just being it's too cold. Come on, Tip. Just want to go around. Morning, Terry. Yeah, it is cold. I've got ice in my peg. The peg to my left has got ice all the way out in front of it, and then I've got a sort of a patch of water that's not frozen. Then I've got ice in front of me, like 60% out towards the rope, and then that's sort of like a big body of ice that goes, I think, halfway then across. There's two anglers, the angler opposite me and the one further down. They're not on their boxes, so maybe it's too icy in front of them at the moment to fish. I don't know. But this wasn't anticipated at all. The overnight temperature dropped. I put that post on this morning. I don't know if you saw it when I was at the petrol station this morning. It was like -2.5. And then when I got to Reading area, it went up to 1 and then went back down to -2 by the time I got here. And at that point, the temperature should have been 1 degree. So wasn't anticipated. Yeah. There is a bit of Scottish in me, I should say. You can trace my family tree further and further north in the country. Oh, seagull's trying to land. Here we go, look. Seagull's just come to land on the ice. To eat the maggots. That's brilliant. I hope you can see that. Oh, see, I think there's a couple of holes in that ice now. That is funny. I'm just going to see the seagull just fall through this ice. Cormorant can't land. Oh, shame. Shame. The seagull's standing on the ice eating the maggots. That plan hasn't quite worked. Maybe that seagull's going to get heavier and heavier as it eats more of those maggots. Good luck to it, look. Oh, it's fantastic. But yeah, there's I can see a little pool of ice, and a little pool of ice, and another little pool of ice. I think it could be thinning. I think that ice is thinning. I can see a couple of little pools of ice, pools of water. Shouting to the guy next to me, we were discussing about ice breaking techniques. Oh, there we go. Ice broke under the seagull. Come on, seagull. Get some seagull mates. Right, I've got to remember I'm putting this bait, because if this bait drops through, so it's just slightly to the left. So if I chucked it onto the front of the next peg. I can fish halfway to the next man, right? I can fish halfway to the next man. Next peg.
Well, you know, you can set the come towards me.
No, I can do that. I'm talking about that way.
Oh yeah, you knock yourself out.
Halfway to next man, right?
Yeah, you can.
I'm trying to remember where I put the maggots in case they all fall through the water. Gentleman to my right actually won the match of the day at £101, and he said as soon as he cast in he had liners. There were so many fish in front of him. He had a great day. Sorry, chatting, not paying attention to the time. Yeah, hopefully the wind will break it up. Although my marker, it looks like it's started to break it up further out. It'll be fine by the end of the match. I'll be chucking to the rope, although I can't see it. There's a rope that runs down the middle of the lake to stop you fishing more than halfway. I can't quite make it out at the moment. Try and be accurate with this feeder. It's just a little bit further out, that was a little bit more towards the ice. Well, yeah, Julian, I would hope the sun would break it up, but the sun was meant to be here already, and the sun's now not meant to come for a little bit longer, but we should be alright. I should get a fishable peg. Well, I've got a fishable peg, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, we're hoping for some bites on this maggot feeder again. Generally, all the fish that have been caught, with a few exceptions, have been caught on maggot feeder. So the carp and the bream in this venue, regardless of the lake, really switch on to maggots in the winter. This lake's not as clear as Syndicate Lake, but still becomes the go-to bait. Just got to keep my eye on my marker is the buoy, the life buoy on the far bank. That's where I'm casting to. So if I cast further and further out as the day goes on, all the bait will be in a line. Similar to if you clip up and then you fish slightly to the left and to the right, I should be able to keep the bait in a nice line formation. So that's good. Welcome everyone that's just joined in. Your late arrivals. I'm fishing on peg 46 today on Gold Lake at Gold Valley. As you might be able to see in front of me to the left, there's ice on the lake, which wasn't anticipated. I've got a fishable peg, so I set my gear up and I'm going to see what I can catch. Hopefully catch a few fish. So one of the far banks fishing the pole, but then that person's not fishing and that person's not fishing. And then to my right, there's a couple of people standing up behind their pegs, sitting out on the feeder or a bomb, something like that. So I suspect everyone's fishing maggot feeder. And then the gentleman, Jeb, who's featured in one of my videos before, Jeb's fishing on the end peg and he's set the pole up. I think you could catch a few down there on peg 57, but let's see. Either way, I'm out and fishing. Yeah, there's not much sun currently, is there? And as I said, when it does come, it's going to come on over the canal bank and be in my eyes. I know that from previously fishing in the winter and setting the pole up on days like this, not with ice, but setting poles up on days like this, and then suddenly finding that the sun's completely in my face. and I couldn't actually fish the pole where I wanted to fish it. It was similar, you know, like this, a bit misty to start, feed the pole line and then go on it, and after an hour and a half and suddenly find the sun's in my face. Seagulls come back. Excellent. Right, let's put some more maggot. Seagull and his mates now. Break that ice, please. How heavy do seagulls weigh? Does anyone know? They look quite happily standing on it. Where, in terms of where do they shoal up, I would say where you've got features, they shoal up near features, and failing features, they shoal up in the deepest part of the venue. If it's a consistent depth, I think they just shoal up where they fancy it. Maybe where there's going to be a bit more sun on the water, or where there's sun earlier on the water, do you know what I mean, during the day. That'll be it. There's a peg to my left, you can see there's a long island here, and I fished in the Rushmore League, must be going back 13 years now, maybe 12 years, and there was a gentleman that drew the peg next to the island on one of the winter leagues, and he had £249. It was the best day's fishing he had in his life. And the gentleman that drew it next week kind of ran to the... That was a 5-minute cast and the maggots hadn't crawled out the feeder. Okay, what if the maggots won't crawl out the feeder, then I might have to change my idea. I've got my hook length box with me, so I could fish a wafter, and I've got a can of corn, which will please you, Nigel, I'm sure. So I could fish a corn on a hair rig. So we're going to leave it in for, what's the time now? 20 past. We're going to leave this until 1/2 so we'll make this an 8-minute cast. See if those maggots crawled out that feeder. Morning, George. You from Germany, George, or are you just working in Germany? You living there? £2.5. Is that the weight of a seagull? £2.5. Surely that would have fallen through that ice. How much is the membership for where, John? Morning, everybody. Whilst we're settling down on this very cold and icy morning, if you could all press the like button if you're in the stream, we'll get it popping up on more people's TVs, because that's what most of you are watching on. The marker's about to go, so that wind has broken that ice up to the marker. It's gonna go, I think. So I think that ice is breaking up. I can see that little puddle of water appeared in the ice again to my left. Maybe those seagulls have cleared it out, so I'll fire a bit more bait over there. So yeah, if you all hit the like button, that'd be fantastic. See, what I did, George, was I got together with a German lady, and we moved to England. You could have done that way around, George. You could still move, George. Visiting her mum, so, and I'm out fishing. My membership. John, are you talking about membership to the channel? I suspect you are. And if that's what you are, I'll just... So I have opened up channel memberships. And normally you get, you know, additional content from like content creators, right, when they do memberships. But there's nothing more, right? It's just a method to support the stream a little bit more if you want to, with no obligation from anybody, right? Subscriptions, when you hit subscribe, that clicks up, you know, 2063, I think that's at this morning. That helps give people visibility to the channel, which is brilliant. But there is an option to join the channel. I think it's for £2.99 a month. It just puts a little bit of, you know, a few pennies in the pot to go towards some more camera equipment. That's the purpose. I was looking at one of those, you know, SLR cameras to be able to do long pole. So they crawled out that time. Long pole, show the float type shots that you see on other channels. John Arthur's really good at it as a benchmark channel. You know, but it costs a few quid, so, you know, whilst I'll work towards it anyway. But yeah, if people want to just support the channel a little bit more, memberships are open, but there is no additional content. I'll make that clear. I might do some more in the summer when I get to fish more, but that wasn't really the purpose, as it were. But if that's what you're talking about, it's £2.99. And there's another way, actually, as a content creator, because I've actually got a Twitch channel. So if you go to www.twitch.com, I've got a channel on Twitch, and it should be open for subscriptions, so you can subscribe to the channel on Twitch, which again is a few pounds. But if you've got an Amazon Prime membership, then you can subscribe for free. So where on YouTube it's subscription and membership, on Twitch it's follow and subscribe. Subscribe's the paid version. But yeah, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, then because Twitch is owned by Amazon, you can subscribe to a channel at any one time, so one channel at a time for free, which not a lot of people realise. So you just link your Twitch account to your Amazon Prime account, which is relatively easy, and then you can join there for free. So instead of that potential money going to waste, it then goes to the content creator. Which is something a little bit different too. Yeah, it says on the what's the name, John, when you click it, when you click the join button, it shows the membership benefits. There's a you get like a membership badge. It shows you how long you've been supporting the channel for. That all shows up in the chat. Lee, if he's still around, and Darren's got one. You can see Darren's got a little worm next to his name, which was one of the one of the icons you get when you're watching my channel. And then there's some additional icons and stuff that you can use during the chat. I think there's a few, like big one and nice fish, and I think there's a little image of a pike you can use, which is there specifically for the river. When I lose a fish to the pike, you can put that in the chat channel. Just makes the chat a little bit more of an interactive experience for everybody. But yeah, you have to clearly state the membership perks, as they're called, and it's listed there, so you can see that. Right, 30 minutes in, the people standing behind their boxes are still standing behind them, and I think we're just going to stick with this. He's standing behind his box to my left as well now. I'm just going to stick with this tactic. Fish this maggot feeder, and then maybe what I'll do is I will do a few of these 5-minute casts, and then again, like I did the other day, just then do like a longer 10-minute or 15-minute cast. Yeah, there you go, nicely demonstrated by Darren. So yeah, but you know, by all means, it's entirely optional. What's important for me is that people hit that subscribe button. Puts it on your like bookmark list of your channels that you watch on YouTube, and the thing that it does for me is it shows YouTube that you're interested in the channel more than just like flicking through the telly, and you know, they look for that just as much as they look for interactions on live stream, people pressing the like button or talking in the chat. That's all really good for YouTube wanting to send that content to other viewers. So that's really important, and it's also good for when people come along and they see the channel, they see that people are interested in that channel enough to bookmark it, so it gives the channel some credibility. So that's worth, it's a no cost, but it's got value, as it was. Was a heron. Not seen one of those for a while. I was just about to fire those maggots out then again. And that ice looks like it's receding to my left. It's not fast, but it looks like it's receding. Ice just broke under the seagull again. What I want is these ornamental ducks behind me. I want them to go out and then break it. So let's put some more maggots out. Let's let them see that. Another seagull's turned up. But the seagull doesn't eat. It may end up just falling into the water. Yeah, that's it, George. That's the channel on Twitch. It's called The Fishing Stream. I try and make it simple. It's The Fishing Stream on Twitch, Fishing Stream on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Kick, TikTok. It's all registered under the same name. One of them might say The Fishing Stream UK, actually. I can't remember which one, but maybe I had to stick a UK after one of them. But yeah, and you should be able to subscribe To the channel, George, sorry. As I was saying, so it's completely free on there if you've got an Amazon Prime account. You just link your Twitch to your Amazon Prime, and then you subscribe. But I can't do it when I'm doing this single camera stream when I'm out fishing a match. So if I take my laptop and it's a little bit less pressured, then I can actually stream to multiple channels at once. But the biggest audience for live streaming now, and we've got a few casts. Engaging what I'm doing by what the people to my right are doing. They're not recasting very often. I think they're doing maybe 10-15 minute casts. So we'll gauge by that. Well, I have got a flask, Dave. I've got another flask of tea that's ready to go. The only thing is, the more tea I drink during the day, the more I need to go to the loo. Which then I got to take the camera off and all that stuff. So I have to use it sparingly. And I've put another jacket on today. Another layer, so we should be all good. And if it all gets terrible, I've got I did get some hand warmers from the petrol station that I could always stick in my pockets. But for the moment, we're good. We're good. No, you're done, John. Yeah, it's done, because you turned green and now you've got a little worm next to you. Well done, John. And thank you for your support. So, little update, where are we? 40 minutes into the match. And I'm currently blanking. But so's the guy to my left. So's the guy to my right. So's the guy to his right. So's the guy to his right. Par with the other anglers. It looks like the two guys opposite can't fish, because neither of them have got a line in the water and they're walking about. But there was quite a hope that the ice was going to recede. We were checking the forecasts and having a talk about it this morning. So even though it might be unfishable at 10 o'clock, it might have been fishable at 11 o'clock. This ice to my left is definitely going back. It's not going back in front of me. It's definitely going back to my left. You can just see there's like a little line of, you know, bits of stick and leaf and stuff like that that's blown across the surface. It's like a little scum line against the edge of the ice. So it is moving. Is it warm, Terry? Terry, your peg might be clear by the end of the day, just so you know. Terry, who's in the channel, was drawn 2 pegs to my left, just where there's a seagull, Terry, walking around on the ice. Oh, it just broke the ice in your peg, Terry. You could have fished it. Yeah, it is starting to go back. Right, I'm going to leave this in until 1:45. and then I'll do another cast. How can you tell it's an F1 from here to there? Well, a pair of signs of fish to my right. Is it cold in Kentucky? It's cold here. Not currently, Tim. This part of the lake's covered in ice. But it's still restricting me on how far I can cast outwards, but I'm kind of okay with it. I've just got to make sure that I stay in line with my marker, and then I'm going to follow the ice out as the day goes on. That's the plan. That is the plan. Slippers are too warm. Lucky you. So I did say the other day that I was fishing the river on this Sunday. I've got a club match on the river, but I'm not sure that I'm going to fish it. The forecast is something like, the range is something along the lines of -4 at 6 o'clock in the morning, going up to 2 degrees in the middle of the day, and I'm not sure really that I fancy that, you know. It's not often that I bail on a match that I have plans to fish, but I'm not sure about that really. Somehow I've lost a maggot and a pinky. I wondered if I got one of these hand warmers and just drop it in this pot of maggots. I guess it's going to warm the maggots up, right? Maybe that could be a good secret thing that you need to do on these freezing cold conditions. Get your maggots moving a lot more. Drop one of these hand warmers in there. Warm them up. No, it's not a day for getting wrapped in the hand today, that's for sure. It's not a day for getting your hands wet either. as I'm clasping my hands together, as I'm feeling the warmth disappear from my fingertips. I'm not shivering though, so extra fleece is doing its job. Extra fleece is doing its job. Let's fire some more maggots over that left hand side. I might have a little drop down on there later today. Just, you know, what's that? 10 metres out from the bank. Seagull's back. Is it a trap? Is the ice going to melt? Is he just going to eat all the maggots? Oh, ice broke again. She can walk on ice. Looks like it's less risky if you've got wings though. Still, it's breaking to my left, but it's not breaking in front of me. That ice that's out there is still out there. Oh, good job, Seagull. Break some more of that ice. It's chilly. Normal price, if you go in all the pools for a match at Gold Valley, is £41. But that's, I'm going in the pools, the super pools, and the optional, and the silver pools. So that's like the all-in price. That's like the all-in prop. Speak to Angie, and she'll let you know. And if you fish against anglers that are better than you or good, then you learn things. You know, I'm 2 pegs to the left of, you know, the current England team captain, William. So I'm kind of watching him and learning a few things in the back of my mind, and I'm not talking about him on stream too much, but that's the sort of opportunity you get to fish against world-class anglers and locals that are really good at the venue. Some who fish 3 times a week at the venue, and it just gives you know, sometimes you just think, you know, wow, I'm just getting that wrong, or I'm not working hard enough, or, you know, I'm not putting enough bait in compared to them, and that type of stuff. It really sort of ups your game and gets you to catch more fish. So it's really good to do that. Yeah, the maggots aren't, that's what they've been on my floor in my garage. The maggots are starting to slightly move. I did have one cast on the feeder, and I brought it in after 5 minutes, and the maggots were still in the feeder. But I am thinking about dropping a hand warmer in the pot. Seeing what happens. Morning, Jason. Welcome to the stream. And you too, Tim. Yeah, it's, I forget on days like this it's New Year's Eve, so yeah. Happy New Year to everyone when it comes later today. All depending on where you are in the world, whether it comes earlier or later than that. But I was thinking on the drive down today, where's going to be my first fish of 2026. And I did think it might be at at Tunnel. I thought I might sneak back up to Tunnel later this week. But the pictures that have been posted on their Facebook today is that some of the lakes are frozen. So it's not going to be that. I might just go down the river, check the river out, and go down with a whip, see if I can catch the bleak or some minnows in the edge, depending on how bad the river is. I'm not too sure where the first fish of 2026 is going to come from. Could be a £5 chub if I still fish the club match on Sunday. Who knows? Right, I'm going to leave this in till 11 o'clock. Still the ice hasn't broken out any further in front of me. It's breaking out further to my left. Slowly, but out in front of me it's still dominating that middle part of the lake. The gentleman opposite me now has managed to fish the pole, so he's fishing the pole. The guy to his right, my left, is still not fishing. So yeah, let's go till 11 o'clock. Yeah, maybe put it, yeah, could put it under the tub maybe. I don't know that the heat's going to go through this plastic though. I don't know. I don't know how hot they get. They can't be too hot, right? Otherwise they just burn your fingers. Right, gonna just stay with this plan. It's still No fish to my right, I believe. The ice is not breaking in front of me, it's breaking to the left. But we'll just, I think what we'll do is we'll just do 10-minute casts by default. Something like that. Give this one another minute. And maybe chuck just to that left hand side later on. What's the pinky again? Why am I losing the pinky today? I wasn't losing it before. Strange. Not sure where that seagull's telling his mate to leave. Yeah, he is. Wishing for a year now. Who's that reassurance for, John? Is that for you, me, or other members of the audience? I think you could go if people aren't sure, they need some confidence. Go and watch the. I can't remember the name of the video now, where I'm catching on the pellet waggler in the summer. So it's not too far. You don't have to look too far back on the videos lists. And I think there's a picture of me standing up with the camera on my left shoulder. A fantastic day, fairly opposite to where I am today, actually, catching on the pellet waggler in the summer on this lake, catching F1s and carp up in the water. Some of the moments in there were just fantastic, and the full 5-hour live stream is still on the channel as well, which is nice about YouTube. It keeps all of my past live streams, so if you want to ever go back and just check, like you watch a video and then you think, yeah, but what else happened in the day, or what led to that moment, you can just go and check the live stream out and just run the whole thing and see what I did. There's no secrets, as it were. It's all on the channel for people to see, for the good and the bad. That includes snapping landing nets and dropping my pole in lake and stuff like that. And my pole snapping, which was a very popular video of mine that I put on TikTok. I think 34 34,500 people now, I think, have watched my number 6 snap on the river. Shipped out and the wind blew and it just folded over like a piece of paper. A very popular video. Yeah, I didn't know it was a quarter brown trout. Yeah, well, I'm not, you know, it's not my thing, right? There is a video where I catch a brown trout on the river, and I put it in my keep net, and it turns out I'm not allowed to weigh it in. Although I think that was a rule we need to review as a club, because I caught that fish fair and square on double dendrobina on the pole feeder, and I still to this day don't know why we don't allow that. The fact that it's a game fish, you know. Okay, well, I still called it fair and square. I wasn't using a spinner or a fly, so I think it should be allowed. And it's not like a pike. It's not going to try and eat the other fish in my keep net or do itself loads and loads of damage in my keep net. I weighed it in and it swam away. But it was interesting. I didn't know, and then the weigh team came along. Craig, who's the match secretary, came along to do the weigh-in, and he weighed it in, and then he said take it out, and then he weighed the rest of the fish. And then he put 2 weights on the weigh sheet, which I thought was nice of him. Just got about 5 days, 1 fish. Wow, that's carp fishing, right? That's not what doing what I don't think he's doing what I'm doing, right? That's sitting out. I call it carp fishing, but I've got a friend, he runs a tackle shop not too far, and he likes to go abroad, and he went this year, I think, for 5 days, and I think he caught 2 fish. And I sort of always have a joke saying it's not fishing, that's camping. He just happens to have a rod in. But yeah, it's, you know, a different discipline in the sport that's not for me, right? Fishing is really like, it's as varied as the Olympics, right? From fly fishing to predator fishing to match fishing, specimen fishing, rivers, lakes, reservoirs, drains, you know, so many different ways you can engage with the sport. And something for everyone, really. Yeah, if you're talking about the trout that I caught, John, on the river, at the time I didn't know it wasn't allowed. That's why I put it in the keep net. Still, that ice isn't melting. There's a piece of wood on the ice. It slung out this morning to see if the ice was going to break, and it's just sort of on the edge. There's holes appearing in this ice now. Hey? There's gaps appearing in this ice now. See a big crack forming out to that way. There's a big crack in the ice. What's that, Michael? The love of the competition. The love of the competition. That's why I'm sitting out in the cold. And although I'm sitting on my hands, but I've put an extra top on today, and I'm not too bad. If you'd have seen me on Boxing Day, if you go back and watch my Boxing Day stream, I'm fishing the pole and I'm physically shaking like this. I think the guy on my right thought I was tapping in pellets. But yeah, I was physically shaking. But I was catching like £22. It was nice. A nice little carp, a few F1s, skimmer, a bunch of perch, big old lumpy £3 or £4 F1 at the end. It was nice. It was good fishing, even though it was freezing cold. But yeah, it's the love of the competition. If you'd have said to me today, do you fancy going out fishing, and you're going to sit there and there's going to be ice on the lake and it's going to be cold and you might not catch? No, I'm not gonna go for that. I'm not gonna go for that. But if you say to me, do you want to go and fish a 15-man match and compete, you know, in a field that includes you know, everything from, well, whatever level up to you know, current England squad, then, you know, I'll be like, yes thanks, yeah, I'll do that. There's some amazing anglers fishing today, and it's not so much that it's a little bit of a leveler, which this type of fishing is, right? You know, if I'm on 0, he's on 0, you know. But it's about watching what people do and learning from them, and how often do they cast, and what's on the end of their hook, and where are they chucking it, and these types of things. You know, I always have this sort of principle that you only get better at fishing, like competitively, by fishing against anglers that are better than you are. It's as simple as that. And when I come to Gold Valley, because I don't come regularly now, the anglers that are fishing here are better than I am. There was a time, if you go back, maybe go back 13 years, 12 years, I was fishing this place every weekend. I was more in tune with the venue. I was winning my fair share of matches, that type of thing. Bomb and pellet waggler were dominating, and I like both of those disciplines. But things change over the time, and then you get a little bit out of touch with the venue, and then I start going fishing on a river, which is completely different, and then I start fishing for F1s, which is completely different. And suddenly I'm not winning winning matches regularly anymore. I'm getting beaten regularly, but still enjoy the competition. I still enjoy learning from other anglers, right? So yeah, is that a fish stopping out there? So yeah, it's good to come and compete against other anglers. Yeah, Will is fishing today. Yeah, he is. It's why I fish the Daiwa Pole Masters. Primary reason I fished that for 11 years is because you fish against amazing anglers. You know, you go and join a section with Andy Bennett or Paul Holland or Connor Barlow or Jordan Holloway, Alan Scott Horn, all of these names, you know, Matty Dawes, Matty Bingham, you know, all of these people that I name have got their own YouTube channels. They're either sponsored anglers or have been sponsored by one or multiple firms in the last 10 years. and then I go and fish the pole masters, and I'm trying to compete against them, and I find that really enjoyable. There's nothing like, you know, a wake-up call to realise that you're trying to fish for F1s and they're fishing for F1s, and you've got 8 inches between your pole float and your pole, and they've got 4 inches between them, and they're catching twice as many fish, and you can't work out why. So yeah, I enjoy competitions, and I enjoy fishing against anglers that are better than I am, because that's how I learn. I've seen a fish top in front of you. Is anyone caught to the right, do you know? Has anyone caught that way? So, we're currently all on 0 on this bank, apparently. So let's just hope my consistency of casting and my faith in the technique that I'm doing is going to see me good for a fish. How did I get on the last match? Did I come last, or did someone blank? I can't remember. I had £17. I caught 2 fish in the last half an hour on his line all day long, and he just caught a load of fish because the fish were balled up in front of him. And then he had, to his left, he had £40 weight, and then there was like another £50 weight to his right, and yeah, then it got less and less and less down to peg 119 in the corner, where Neil had £19 next to me. Then I sort of came away thinking that, I don't think I was ever catching £100 at that peg. The fish are balled up, that's for sure. It's winter carping, it's okay. But maybe I missed an opportunity. Could I have caught some fish long to the rope, or more towards the rope instead of on the short bomb line? But I wasn't disappointed in my performance. I was confident in what I was doing, and I did catch on it. But maybe if I'd have gone long for 3 hours and fished short for 2 hours, maybe I'd have caught more that way around. But if I was to go there again and I fished another hour short and nothing happened, then I'm going to chuck it long and see if I can make a difference. But I don't know when I'll be on Syndicate next. And they move around. If you look at the weights from Gold Valley over the last, I don't know, 4 weeks on Syndicate 8, you can see the fish are moving. You can see where the weights are getting thrown up. It's not because of the anglers necessarily. But yeah, it's a really tricky time of year, and that's all right. That's been 16 minutes. I'm going to leave it for 20 minutes and then I'm going to recast it. Just trying to leave these sort of verbal cues in the video so I know how long it's been. Another fish top into the right of the island to my right. See, there's an island to my right, and one angler's one side of it, and then another angler's the other side of it, and then there's a few more anglers back down towards the lake house cafe and the shop and stuff. And it's a good fish holding area, this island, and there's been a few fish top near it, so it's definitely holding some fish. So we'll run this for 20 minutes, this cast, and then we'll have a look. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Any day's fishing is a good day. Whew. Yeah, we all like competing. That's what it is. We all like competing. I'm saying there's a couple of pleasure anglers fishing Middle Lake. We won't be the only people out today. It's a holiday for a lot of people, so. Right. My gear's hopefully not going to let me down. I've got 8 pound ST mainline. I've got 019 hook length, which is reflow power, and then a size 14 MWG hook. So I'm happy I can catch any fish on the venue. My gear not let me down, which is important. A lot of people talk about scaling down and that type of stuff to get a bite, but I, like many others that fish here, believe in robust gear and ultra confidence that you're not going to get broken is more important than getting an extra bite sometimes. I see people fishing like a pellet waggler with 4 pound main line and things like that. you just get broken on the bite. Which is not good for you, not good for the fish. Yeah, there's wind's not too bad today. There's not a lot of it. Not of a lot of it. The lake's flat calm to my right. Over there it's flat calm, and over there it's flat calm, but that's because it's ice. It's ice over there. If there's any like Norwegian ice anglers watching this, or any Icelandic people watching this who go along and cut holes in the ice and fish for pike, you know, they're probably thinking that I'm a bit over dramatic. When the ice to my left is like a centimetre thick, and they're sticking up their own little bivvy and cutting a hole in the ice that's about 8 inches thick so they can fish for a pike. But it's relative. I just just appreciate that, gentlemen. It's relative. The guy opposite me, slightly opposite me, there is something like eight seagulls just standing on the ice in front of him, in front of his pole line. Like having a little meeting about something. Come on, I just need that tip. It's just going to go. Preferably one of those. Like a sharp jab and then another pull, which indicates it's a bite, not a liner. far some more maggots over this left hand side. I've watched videos of people fishing here on the pole in the winter where they've broken the ice. Quite a common tactic actually here: break the ice, go back in and sit in the cafe for 3 hours, let all that disturbance disappear, and then fish through an ice channel on the pole. But there's so many people fishing for carp today, that's the only thing to fish for. As ever, it's win or lose, so there's no second or third place or section win in my mind. I'm here to win. I'm going to win by catching carp on a maggot feeder, I think. Right now, I think we're all currently on 0 fish, so I just need one. Yeah, we're an hour and a half in, no fish, not worried. We were 4.5 hours in, no fish the other day. Still, I didn't catch £100, but Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Right, how long are we going to leave this cast? Maybe we'll leave it 10 minutes. Give it another 3 minutes and then we'll recast it again. Think about that match the other day when I was putting those maggots in all day long on that maggot feeder line. There's still not a lot of maggots really. Pint and a bit maybe, with the frequency of casting. So if a carp or 2 carp do come in, they'll just they'll eat all those maggots up in you know, in a minute. So I do want to keep making sure I put enough bait out there, bearing in mind a bunch of it's going to wriggle away. So if some fish do turn up, I've got the opportunity of catching more than one. You gotta go to the centre. You bottled it, Terry. You could have fished. You could have fished next to Neil, and then Neil would have had a spare peg to his left, and you'd have been a spare peg between you and Jeb. Just saying. Enjoy the garden centre, my friend. Enjoy the garden centre. Although maybe in your garden centre there's a World of Fish, and they sell fishing tackle, so go willingly. Everyone's confused. Terry's not grown up enough yet to have his own Google account, so he's using his wife's. I think Terry is fishing the river on Sunday. After I've said all that. How's it going, Mark? It's freezing. And I don't mean me, I'm cold, but the lake's frozen to my left. So it's proper freezing. Proper freezing. No, so far no one's caught a thing, I think. Well, this bank, I think. No one's caught a thing, but everyone is trying to do the same thing, right? Everyone's fishing for carp. So I don't know if everyone's fishing a maggot feeder. Yeah, there might be a few other people doing some other bits, but they'll all be doing something very similar to me. Because, you know, someone somewhere will probably catch 20 pound of carp, which might only be two bites in the day. You could get that with one fish in this lake. So it's easily done. It's quite different if you know the venues and stuff like that. You know, £100 here could be 10 fish. It probably wouldn't be 10 fish, but could be 10 fish, right? £100 at where, you know, you could get £10 fish, but more like £8 average, I think, in this lake, really. Maybe slightly less because of the big F1s, but if you go to Tunnel Barn Farm, the average isn't like that. The average is more like £1.50 to £2. So you catch a lot more fish for the same weight. So you see the same £100 here and £100 at Tunnel Barn Farm, they'll have caught a lot more fish at Tunnel Barn Farm. If I catch £20 here today, could be 2 fish, £20 on the river catching roach could be loads of fish, because I'm not going to do the maths, or it could be 4 bream. You can get a real big variation on the same weight, different venue, different type of fish for how busy you've been. But two or three pulls today I think would be brilliant. But that drop in temperature last night I think is going to cause a real problem. My expectations declined when I arrived, but I did have a nice tasty English breakfast, so there's always upsides of coming to Gold Valley. They do a nice breakfast in the lake house. Right, come on, fish, come on, fish. I can just imagine there's a bunch of people watching the channel right now in the warmth of their homes. They're sitting on the sofa or a nice big chair, TV's on. Everyone's just looking at the lake, just sitting there going, why is he out fishing today? Why is he out fishing? Even the stopwatch looks like it's going a little bit slow. I'm not sure. That liquid crystal display looks slightly different in this freezing temperature. Yes, Andrew, I think everyone's currently blanking. I don't know about the far bank, but I think everyone on my bank is currently blanking. It could be like that. It could be like that. You know, temperatures change and then fish just stop, and then they get used to the temperature and then start to move again. But we had a change of temperature last night, it's caused it to drop, and then this morning half the lake's frozen. It's a big old lake, so it has got chilly. It could just absolutely just put the fish right off. But yeah, it is a bit cold. But still, if you've arrived, then if you could just give the stream a like, I'd appreciate that. Hit the like button, drop me a comment. YouTube loves to see that I've got interaction going with my audience as a content creator, as they would put me. And then it will suggest my stream to people today and in the future a little bit more freely. It doesn't understand the concept of blanking. Maybe that's a good thing. Those ornamental ducks are going at pace across that water. There's suddenly like, oh no, oh no, it's still icy. Come on, rod tip, go around. What are you catching for? What are you catching, Andrew, though? That's the question. Is that a good tactic for bream, carp? Can you give me some context? I like fishing dead maggots. If it's fishing for bream, just roll them on my leg and kill them. Give us another couple of minutes and then we'll recast. This time chuck it a little bit further. Oh. It is cold. So a lot of people watch my channel that aren't subscribed, and I think a lot of people think it doesn't make too much difference, but actually makes quite a lot of difference, because when other people see the channel, they look at the number of subscribers as kind of an indicator on whether the channel's worth watching or not. So if you do have a Google account, Gmail account, then you can sign into YouTube. It's owned by the same company, Alphabet, and that allows you to sign into YouTube, and it allows you to then put comments on people's live streams and posts and stuff like that. So if you could do that, that'd be really useful. And if you are subscribed, make sure you've got the notifications turned on with the little bell, and then you'll get a little notification when I go live, as well as put posts on the posts part of the channel. So if you're not sure, you just unsubscribe and then resubscribe, and then when you get the option you can click it. It's really helpful and I'd really appreciate that. It gives YouTube some, more confidence in my channel, and as John rightly said earlier, I do know what I'm doing. Despite the fact I'm not catching. Despite the fact I'm not catching. No, Shadow. It's a slow day. It's a slow day for me and it's a slow day for everybody else. So in terms of the competition, I think I could be currently lying in equal first. You imagine 1500 metre runners, we're currently all in a line. Getting a FaceTime video pop up. Clearly my children don't realise. Still my daughter, I think it is, who wants to FaceTime with her dad. Right. I only spoke to her yesterday. She knows I'm fishing today. Yeah, anyone can win it. You just got to be, you know, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for either two things, right? You end up sitting on a bunch of fish, right? So you cast out and you get indications straight away. Then you think, oh, I'm going to catch a few fish, which is nice. But from a competitive point of view, you haven't really beaten the other anglers. Or I'm looking for, you know, consistency in what I'm doing and it leads to a fish. Right, I'm trying to be really accurate. I'm trying to pay attention to how long I'm leaving it. I'm confident in the setup. I'm confident in the maggot feeder. I'm confident in the hook length. You know, if I hook a carp, I'm confident I'm going to get it in. You know, and all those types of things. And then, if I get my opportunity, hopefully it's gonna work out for me. And that is. You know, that's quite appealing. Be here at 1 o'clock. And luckily I've got enough of a chuck to decide to fish. Unfortunately, gentleman 2 pegs to my left, Terry, he couldn't fish. His peg's covered in ice. And he decided to go home and now he's had to go to a garden centre with his wife. It's all gone wrong for Terry. I think we should spare a thought for Terry. He's gone from having a nice breakfast. We were chatting away this morning about fishing, and now he's at the garden centre. That's how bad it could get. So if that ice continues to push back throughout the day, in 2 or 3 hours I'm going to be slinging that towards that rope. And if I can't get that feeder out, I'll switch it for one with a slightly bigger weight. We get out towards that rope. I think I'm in a line in front of me. I'm not left and right, so it should just be a straight line out towards that marker on the far bank. And just keep going out and out and out towards the rope. And then later on, I think I've been feeding this sort of peg on the left hand side where the ice was. I'm just going to keep firing some maggots over there, and I'll have a little chuck over there, I think, at some point. So if you're just arriving for the 2-hour update, then currently on no fish. I think I'm currently equal though to most other anglers on the match today. Got ice to my left still. Came to my peg this morning and there was ice in the peg to my left, and out in front of me. Seen another fish top to my right just then. I'm fishing a maggot feeder, same as I did the other day. I'm really confident in that as a winning carp and F1 method here in the winter. There are people that catch every now and again on bomb and meat and bomb and corn and bomb and maggot, stuff like that, but I'm confident in fishing a maggot feeder. So that's the plan for the day. And I currently think that I and the people to my right are all blanking, so just going to be really accurate with what I'm doing. Keep casting, pay attention to how long the casts are in case I get a bite, and then keep pushing my way out as the ice melts. Push my way out towards the rope. That's my plan. And then maybe drop on this little short line 10 meters out to my left where I've fed some maggots, but that's the plan. And I'm going to stick with it. There's not a lot of other options for me today. Could have tried to fish a waggler, could fish a method with a wafter, but as I was weighing people in, we were chatting about methods and things the other day on Sunday, and just so many people are catching fish when they catch them on maggot feeders. So I still think the most opportunity to catch is with a maggot feeder. Is it nice in the Midlands? The pictures from Tunnel Farm were that the place had ice over it today. Maybe you're a bit further north. But yeah, Tunnel Farm was iced up this morning. Yeah, but it's in his peg. It's in his peg to my right. So where I say I've just seen a fish top over there, that's in that angler to my right's peg. I can't go chucking in front of him. I don't think you'd be very pleased if my maggot feeder plops in the middle of his peg. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit icy here today. Wasn't planned. Planned's the wrong word. Wasn't anticipated. Wasn't forecast. Wasn't expected. And it is slowly retreating and breaking up. But I'm talking slowly. The temperature's going to stay relatively stable, but then it goes again down at the weekend. I think here too, but it goes down to like -4 where I'm from, where I live. I'm from here, but around the corner, but where I live currently, it's going to go down to -4 on Sunday morning, so I might be staying in bed and not fishing the match. But thanks all for tuning in for this other relatively slow stream for the day. I do appreciate it. As I was saying the other day, if you just stay with me, then we'll be catching some fish in the spring. It's going to be lovely. I'm going to be fishing that spring spectacular in Tunnel Farm. I wonder if it's going to be all meat fishing again this year. Catching a fisher chuck. Can't wait for it. It's going to be lovely. Someone will be trying to catch 150 pound fishing cast as shallow or something like that. It's going to be really nice. Yeah, it'll be right. Yeah, it'll be right. Yeah, payouts good. The house takes some money for the pegging fee, but if everyone goes in the pools, the super pools and the silver pools, you know, everything I do, and someone catches one bream and a couple of carp and wins the match, then yeah, it's a lovely payday. Especially if only one person catches. I'm not sure what Ange will do. See, unlike those ducks, those ornamental ducks, a coot's arrived in the peg to my left. A coot's just ploughing through the ice like it's an icebreaker. Not deterred by the fact that there's some ice. It's still trying to push its way through. Ice is breaking under the seagull. I can't land. Oh, I can't land on it now, look. It's breaking under their weight. Oh, yeah, it is breaking. So I've put a little bit of bait there now. I'll maybe ease off that. It's a nice little spread of maggots and pinkies on 10-metre line now on that peg to my left. That'll be enough bait for me to drop on it later today. In the meantime, ice is starting to break a little bit more in front of me, so I'm going to push out towards the rope each cast. North Idaho, what, 20 degrees Fahrenheit? What's that in Celsius? I don't know. Someone convert that for me quickly on the channel. I can't remember the conversion. What is it, like times by 3, add 20, something like that, Celsius to Fahrenheit. Come on, how cold is it for Eric? Is Eric ice fishing through the ice, trying to catch pike and bass? And welcome anyway. Cold, that doesn't work. I know it's cold, I just want it how cold. It's got to be minus, it's got to be a minus temperature. I would do it myself, but I've got my hands in my pockets. Can someone please go to Google and type in, there we go, -6. That's a bit chilly, Eric. That's a bit chilly. But welcome. Do you fish, Eric? Just out of interest. I think started by Terry and a few others, my stream is popping up on people's TVs in America more and more often. I've had a few people from North America and Canada pop in the channel. Let's chat to Eric for a bit. I'm interested if Eric's an angler, and if so, does assuming Eric's a he, what do you fish for, Eric? Because you probably don't match fish like I am right now, trying to catch carp. Right, let's pull that in and let's go a little bit further again this time. Okay, and what are you fishing for, Eric? You fishing for bass? Or is it salmon? Maybe you're fishing for salmon. Basically everyone's currently sitting here watching me catch nothing, so let's have a quick chat with Eric. You're now the star of the channel. Pushing my luck, I'm just casting that right on the course. Salmon, okay. Big salmon as well. £10, £20 salmon, is it that kind of fishing? Type of salmon people around here would dream of. Oh, hold on, that was from John. What did you fish for, Eric? I've often thought, actually, wonder if I should open up a Discord, but if anyone wants to share, I've opened up the channel so you can actually post on my posts section of the channel. So if you've got a picture you want to upload to show everyone else that watches the channel of an amazing fish that you caught, then feel free to do it, right? It's not just me that has access to actually make posts. You can actually put posts up there yourself, upload a picture of you catching a fish, but obviously make it fish friendly and channel friendly and family friendly. Trout and salmon, there we go. The timer. So yeah, feel free to post a picture of some great fish that you've caught, and don't give me too much of a headache trying to admin it, trying to delete stuff. Yeah, it's a slightly different fishing than Eric, but I appreciate your coming. And oh, it's the sun. Is that the sun or the moon? Is that the sun or the moon? It's the sun. The sun. Oh, it's gone again now. The sun is in front of me. It's trying to break through the clouds. It's like some big achievement for the day. Come on, let that ice go in front of me and let me get out further. Is that Neil?
Yeah.
Who else has caught?
Jeb's had one and he's had one.
Carp or F1s?
F1.
Oh, Neil. My neighbour from the other day and supporter of the channel. Neil has caught himself a fish. Neil's actually a published author, actually. He's a specimen angler, or used to be. You can buy Neil's books on Amazon. Neil that watches the channel regularly. Yeah, it was really foggy when I drove down this morning as well. But the sun appeared a second ago in front of me, which is where it's going to pop right up. It's just a few hours late than when it should have turned up. So I have stuck my hands in my pockets, I must confess. It does feel a little bit colder. And I'm trying to wiggle my toes. Yeah, maybe another hour, then I'll have a good chuck towards that rope. Yeah, very localised weather conditions. Alright. I'm getting excited now because the ice is melting in front of me. And I'm wondering if the secret to catching a fish is getting closer towards that middle of the lake. I don't know, but I'm going to keep pushing it out as the opportunity presents itself to me, I think. Just leave this little trail of maggots in a line. Seagulls are just sort of protesting, standing on the ice. It's like they've formed like a Oh dear, Austin. It's not a good happy ending to that story, is it? I remember fishing a river when I was a lot younger. Maybe I was 16, 17. I used to fish a river called the Whitewater. And I was in the river. I remember that, in a pair of waders. This thing was huge. And then I had it on for ages, and I tried netting it in my landing net, which was no bigger than the one that I've got today. I'm just thinking, it's not really going to work, is it? And then the fish just sort of turned its head and went downstream and broke me. It was funny. But yeah, it can be quite awkward at times, pike. Right, so that sun is just, now it's appearing again. Sort of coming in, going out, coming in, going out. The view. It's going to make it, I reckon, next half an hour. It could be nice and sunny. What is it now? 10 past 12. Got 85 people in the channel according to my counter that I can see. So thank you everyone for coming. Please make sure you drop a like on the stream. I do appreciate there's not a lot of action going on, and I am doing a lot of talking to compensate for it, but I do really appreciate it. And as John was saying earlier, because he's now one of my chief sponsors, I'm generally catching a few fish, so hit the subscribe button and turn the notifications on, and hopefully you'll see a stream that's got a lot more catching action going on. But yeah, that sun is going to burst through. That ice is going to melt a little bit more, and I'm going to chuck a little bit further to the rope. Oh, did you, John? Did it lag, did it? I suspect it might be lagging a little bit today. Another fish top to my right. They keep topping in your peg. What you... Oh. No, it's a grebe. Well, the grebe's not there if there's no fish, is it? He's not eating boilies. So the fish was topping to the right hand side, but it's not. It's a grebe. Maybe you can see it in front of me there. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Something like that. Hit the subscribe button, and then you can find your way back. And you can watch a video of me catching, or you can tune into a live stream in the future where I'm catching, or just do what a lot of people are doing today, which is just hanging out and having a chat. Just enjoy the fishing whilst you're sitting in your warm homes, wherever that may be, if that's what you're doing. Or making some rigs, or tying some hooks, or getting your gear ready, or whatever. But if I'm the backdrop to whatever you're doing today that's fishing related, then that's cool. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. The shoaler carp is just under the ice, but they keep moving. Cool. Actually, I could go and fish. First fish of 2026 could come to stick float on the River Ock, where I live. I could try that actually over the next couple of days. It's not going to be any good for a stream, but I might make a little 10-minute video out of it. I'll have to catch the first fish of 2026. I've never fished it before, but I'm sure it's got fish in it. I've walked it a couple of times. It's a tributary to the River Thames, so I suspect it's got fish in it, and may have quite a few fish in it at the moment. Maybe they've come out the main river and gone into it. Hi Adrian, welcome to the channel. So the ice removal is sort of, it's happening to my left. So that it's pushing up into there. That piece of ice is melting there. This main block in front of me is being quite stubborn. I need that sun to burst out those clouds, or through that mist or whatever it is, and sort this out. He's fishing to the rope to my right. And there has been some fish topping in front of him. There's also been 2 fish caught on my bank. A guy in peg 54, I think it is, Neil, that watches the channel regularly, who I was next to the other day, he's caught an F1. And the guy to his right, Jeb, who's a phenomenal angler that fishes here a lot, he's also caught an F1. To his right on peg 56, I think it is. So I'm now in 2nd place, 3rd place, joint 3rd. So I do need to catch a fish. I can see a fish topping. No, it's that grebe again. A couple of grebe, and they're working the area near the island really hard. Come on, tip. Bend round. All of my river angler friends right now will be just, you know, just biding their time to remind me that I should have stayed and fished the river and not gone on a lake today. And what I'll do is I'll go and have a little look at my local stretch of the River Thames tomorrow, see how it is. I don't know if the water's really high or not. I'm going to have to go and have a look. Maybe I need to get out and do a flat float video. That could be possible. That could be possible for something a bit different. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Quite disappointed by the fact that that sun was going to break through that mist and it's now just disappeared. Like the sun's given up. Flat float, John. Flat float. I think I took them out. I don't think I've got any in. No, I took them out. I don't have any to show you. A flat float is a float that's designed on an angle instead of it being straight top to bottom. The bottom wire comes out at a 45-degree angle to the bristle, and the float's designed to be held back in the river when it's flowing fast. So if you were to have a normal float in the river and it was flowing fast, if I've got a float, we find a float, there we go, it's a float. If you imagine, if you're fishing a lake, that float's just sitting there like that, all normal. If you imagine the river's flowing from my right to my left, if you held that float, then it would just turn to the side like that, and then the bait would ride up off the bottom, and it'd be really ineffective. So what a flat float has, it's got a offset bristle or an offset wire, whichever you way on do it. So when it's in that angle, 45 degrees, the bristle still points straight upwards, and then you put a lot of weight at the bottom to hold it on the bottom or to near the bottom, so it effectively fishes like that, and then when you get a bite, it goes down and you can see it. So specific floats designed for fishing in flowing river conditions, and depending on how fast the river's flowing, the bigger the floats get. I think they make them up to 50 grams. I've got them up to 20 grams. Yeah, it's like a lollipop, but an offset lollipop. Bristle goes straight up, wire at the bottom comes out at 45 degrees. You can get ones that are not like that, but have a lollipop shape, but the bristle goes straight up and the wire goes straight down. They're for fishing in slightly different conditions. Oh, he's got a fish on. Next to me, he's got a fish on. That's chucking to the rope. He's got a fish on to my right. Come on, ice, melt in front of me. I want to chuck to the rope. No, no fish yet. He's got a fish on to my right now. And there's been 2 F1s caught in pegs 56 and 54 that I know of. There's a bream, he's got a skimmer. You say a skimmer? Okay, he's caught a bream. It's not a skimmer, it's too big to be a skimmer. Right. He's had them on a maggot feeder. My little maggot feeder. I just need that ice to melt, and then I can try and chuck further and further. Come on, son. Can you break through this mist, please? And take this ice off the top of the lake. I've actually got a video on the channel of me flat float fishing and I catch close to £3 perch fishing on the river. On the channel there's a little search box. If you click on videos and if you type in flat float, 2 separate words, it should pop up. I think the thumbnail is me holding a perch, and there's like on the right hand side of the picture there's like 3 flat floats. I think that's the thumbnail. Looks something like that. I'm chucking as far as I can, Steve, which is between me and the rope. It's about, if you can see it, put the ice, I don't know, there, I don't know. But as the ice melts, and it is melting now, slowly, as the ice melts, I'm trying to chuck it further and further. He's had that bream chucking to the rope. So that's what I intend to do. As the ice melts, I'm going to chuck it further and further and further. Still in the same line, but yeah, further and further out. Right, where are we? 12:30. Halfway in the match. Wow, yeah. Yeah, 2.5 hours. Started at 10 o'clock, didn't we? Halfway in the match. No bites, no fish. I've got to be very careful about is chucking it too far. A feeder going through the ice and it getting stuck. At the moment I'm doing a good job. Chucking it to the limit, but gotta watch out I don't get tempted just to try and push my luck and push my luck and push my luck, which is what I've just done. And then stopped it. Where that ice sort of comes across the peg at an angle, where the wind catches up, where the wind goes up, I've got to be careful that I don't chuck it further and further and it end up going where I don't intend it. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to get a bigger feeder, maybe. Bigger feeder on as I look to cast it further. Right, that's chilly. We're going to see what these hand warmers are like. Please read these instructions. Caution, burn hazard. Brilliant. These warmers are designed only for use in the palms of hands. Don't use it while sleeping. He's got another fish on. In the same place, he's chucked it towards that rope. Second fish to the guy to the right. Open the sachet, remove the hand warmer. The warmer is air activated. Okay. Alright. There it is. The sachet is air activated. Go on then, get warm. Do not open until you're ready to use the warmer. Shake the warmer again if it cools down. Okay, currently the hand warmer is freezing cold. Is this hand warmer a placebo? Is a fake product? Come on, chemical reaction. Okay, no idea what that's doing. I'll chuck that in that pocket, and then I'm going to get this one. I'm going to chuck this one in this pocket. Right, I'm going to leave them there a minute, and I'm going to swap this feeder. And I'm going to try and chuck it further. Well, I'm not going to try and chuck it further, I'm going to chuck it further. Right, so I'll click this one. See the size difference? The one on the left is the one I've been using, the one on the right is the one I'm going to use. So it's an F1 he just had that time. Chuck it slightly to the right this time. If that wind catches it, I'll be alright. Okay, it plopped. Hopefully, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a clip on. Now, I don't know if that line is under the water or laying across a bit of ice, I don't know. The warmers are ready to use, warm quickly. Is that giving off any heat, or are my hands so cold I can't actually feel it? It doesn't say shake the bottle to wake the drink. It says it's air activated. I don't think there's any heat coming off of that. Well, maybe. I think it's the placebo. Right. My hands are cold. I will say that. My hands are cold. Oh no, maybe there's something now. I don't think that the manufacturer is expecting my hands to be as cold as they are. I just need to move that a little bit because quite a stiff bend on that rod. I'm clenching that product in my fist. I did see if there were any gloves in the shop and they didn't have any. Hello Terry. Oh, Terry. Sorry mate, I'm looking at you, saying hello and I've got to fish. Hold on a second mate. Hold on a second. God, that could have gone wrong. Well, that's not very nice saying it's foul hooked, is it? Hey? I would think more I foul hooked someone's rig. So having a little chat with the guys to my right, having a laugh. Well, like, it's a set of treble hooks. My fellow competitors are suggesting I foul up this frame. No. No. Yeah, no, it's not fair looked. No, it's woken up. Yes. As you can see, that is hooked in the mouth, and that is a one chunky F1. We can put that free. Supposed to get the line wrapped around the tip of the rod. Right, there we go. Where were we? Right. Right, one. Let's do the same again. 3 maggots, 1 pinky. Straight back out to the same spot. It's a lovely bite. I just leant down to read the chat and then suddenly the rod's bent round. No, that was first bite, first fish. Right, let's get it back out there. Same spot, clips on. It's maybe slight to the left, but it's not going to matter. Right, meanwhile, my hand warmers are still, well, not massively warm, really. Massively is the wrong word, but not really super warm. think it's just how cold my hands are. Just shows how cold it is, and then the wind's blowing now in my face. But anyway, grumble, grumble, grumble. We got our first fish, and we are, which is on time, so I have that 1:45, 1, and that's on that slightly longer cast as that ice has melted. Switched to that bigger feeder so I wouldn't have a problem with the feeder getting blown into the ice on the left. As soon as that ice has been melting, I've been pushing further and further and further out. And then there was a bit of a slight change where a bigger chunk of it's melted away during the 15 minutes of a cast, and then switched to that bigger feeder to get it out there. Hopefully it's not the only one. Oh. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, I guess the hand warmers aren't meant to be super warm. Now what I've got to try and decide is, if that ice melts a little bit more, do I try and push further, or should I just stick on the same spot? I think I'm going to stick on this same spot because I've caught, you know. Well, for anyone that was here last winter, you'd have seen me blank, blank, blank. And now I'm feeling much more positive. Now I don't blank, now I'm catching fish. Now I'm catching fish. What is this term for the best? I know what my coach is going to say. My coach is going to say that it's because I'm paying more attention and I fish with a better maggot feeder. And I'm trying to chuck it further towards the rope. That's what he's going to tell me. That's what he's going to tell me. Afternoon, if you just joined, we're just coming up to 3 hours. I've just had my first fish, an F1, about £3, and I'm feeling confident for having another one. He's had a couple of fish to my right. He's had an F1 and a bream that I've seen, and I know of a couple of F1s down the end. So I feel everything is possible now. It's more of this ice in front of me has melted as we've been sitting there during the day, and I've been able to just push further and further out towards the rope, with a quite significant change on that cast where I caught the fish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it 15 minutes and then I'm going to recast it, and this time I'm going to just try and assess how far it is from where it lands to actually where the ice has now cleared, and then make a decision whether I'm going to strip a bit more line off and try and cast it a little bit further. But so far so good. Confidence in the maggot feeder. That hook length, that size of hook, 3 maggots and a pinky on the hook, and it's paid off and I got a fish. Let's see what I can do in the next 2 hours. On a day when I think the weight's going to be pretty low to win the match. I have got a little bit of a shiver on, which is a problem, but that'll go, I'm sure. That'll go. Come on, there can't be one F1. There can't be just one F1 swimming around. We'll run this 15 minutes, this cast, so another 5 minutes. Yes, no, I'm not getting off my box. I know people do. They get off their box, have a little walk around and stuff. I've never lost a rod in here, but I've seen people lose rods in here. It's so easy to happen. I could take the clip off and set the clutch really loose, but No, it's not. It's not like the. It's not like the Scottish Highlands, John. You still on 2? Any more news from down there? Carb or F1? So, but to my right he's had F1 at a Bream, and then apparently it's F1, 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 F1. And they'll all be of a muchness in weight. So I've got to catch another one. Yeah, people lose their rods here. It's sad to see. I've actually, on the middle lake behind me, this was a few years ago now, I've cast out the bomb and I've been reeling it in, and I've hooked into what I thought was a fish. He's now got another fish to my right, and it was actually a tournament rod, the same as I'm using, with a TDR reel, the same as I'm using. And I wound it in. It didn't have a fish on the end, but someone had lost the whole lot, and I handed it into the shop because I would want someone to do the same for me, and they'd lost it 2 days earlier, and it had been reported to the shop, so that was quite good. And then the owner sent me a little text message saying thanks. But he just got another fish to my right. And now what I've got to do is I've got to see how fast he casts it versus what I'm doing. That's another F1. Right, so how far have I got from where I cast? Oh, okay, I could pull off. I could pull off another couple of meters. So now I want to see where he casts and see if it's more in my line where mine is. Or is it further? So, now watch his cast. I think we're fishing the same distance. So we're going to stay here for a bit, because he's been chucking that feeder in the same spot for quite a while. He's had 3 fish off it. So what's the time now? It's 1 o'clock. Just trying to weigh it all up in my mind, right? It's a bigger feeder. If I move it, I start putting a bigger pile of bait somewhere where I'm not fishing. Do you know what I mean? So even if we play he catches, I catch, he catches, I catch, he catches, I catch, then I'm going to lose. So if I'm going to go long, maybe I need to go longer quicker, so I don't leave loads of bait there. Oh, is that a few bubbles? Hold on a minute. It's too far for you to see, but I just saw some bubbles coming up. Maybe a little bit further than my feeder is. Yeah, I think these hand warmers are okay. They're designed clearly for you to keep your hands in your pockets, not keep taking your hands out your pockets and then make your hands go colder again, which is what I'm doing. I'm just looking, there has been some signs of like water disturbance. Whether that's some bubbles coming up further than I am, I think it is. So we're going to give this cast 15 minutes. If I don't catch, I'm going to pull some line off the reel and then reclip it and then cast it further. Okay, so we've got 10 more minutes on this cast, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to go further because, as I was saying, right, if you know he's caught a fish since I caught mine, right? But if then I catch one and he catches one, I catch, he catch, then he wins. He's got 3 fish, 2 fish head start. And if I leave it an hour and then go further, then I've got an hour's worth of bait. in a spot. I'm wondering if 10 minutes is a better idea than leaving it for a quarter of an hour. Tell you what, I'm going to leave it for just 10 minutes this cast, and then I'm going to try and chuck it further. It's just it's not a lot, but there's definitely, looks to me like a couple of bubbles popping up. They're closer to the rope. There's a fish tops towards the rope as well. Right, 2.5 minutes and I'm going to move it. I'm not waiting. Right, so I've put off some more line, then we're going to check this and then see if that's the right distance. If not, I'll leave it 5 minutes and then I'll move it again. The sun's coming out. Yeah, perfect. William's just had another fish. So it's pretty much the distance of where I can cast it. Maybe I can cast it a little bit further anyway, but that's definitely where I saw some bubbles. see. The line is £8 Daiwa ST line. You don't miss coarse fish in the winter. I couldn't pleasure fish like this. I think I'd struggle to pleasure fish, but it's a competition, so it's, you know, it's not me against the fish, it's me against the fish against the anglers, right? So I've got one fish, he's got 3 to my right, William's got 2 I think, and then the rest of them have at least got 1 each. They're all F1s, I believe, apart from one of his fish was a bream to my right, but I feel more confident now fishing further out. If nothing else. Just deciding whether it's going to be 5-minute or 10-minute casts, I'm not sure yet. I think probably I'm going to do a couple of 5-minute casts. And then leave it for 10. Those those F1s are not small, you know what I mean? You can eat a lot of bait. Come on, pull the rod out of my hand. Well, not quite, but come on, pull it. Pull it now. Come on, quick bite. Please. Hour and 40 minutes to go. Carp needed. For a few F1s on the bounce. Oh, was that a liner or was that a bite? The tip moved, didn't it? Tip moved again, didn't it? Come on. F1 bites are generally vicious. So they'll sit there and they'll suck the bait in, blow it out, suck it in, blow it out, suck it in, turn slightly, feel the come on. That's all I need. That sun is right behind the moon. Interestingly, just up there you can see the moon. I'm sure that's the moon and not the sun. Oh, maybe it's the sun. I have a 1 F1 Gavin, which is behind the pack, but based on the fact that my peg was half covered in ice this morning, I'm glad I've caught. I'm glad I've caught. Just managed to not ship out, I managed to cast a bit further now the ice has melted, and I sort of thought I saw some bubbles. If I did, I don't think I definitely saw some bubbles. So I've just taken a little bit off the clip, cast further. This is the second 5-minute cast, of which I think I've just had a couple of indications, but not enough to strike. pole on the far bank. By the way, I know he's shipping out. Both anglers in front of me on the far bank are fishing on the pole. In fact, all three anglers in front of me on the far bank are fishing the pole. I think that's primarily because there was ice in their pegs, and that was probably the only thing that was viable. On the hook, or I can't put dead maggot in the feeder. I assume you mean on the hook. Just because it's what I'm feeding in the feeder. So I'm fishing live maggots on the feeder, and I want to fish live maggots on the hook. I want to fish and feed the same bait. I don't want fish coming in going, oh, there's a load of tasty live maggots, so I'm going to eat them, and then, well, I'm not eating them because they're dead. Do you know what I mean? But if I'm fishing like maggots in ground bait or whatever for bream, I don't fish dead maggots in the ground bait and dead maggots on the hook. Another fish to my right. This is a problem. It's like 3 fish behind now. He's had 2 where I've had none. So yeah, it's about fishing and feeding the same bait. Welcome to the channel. If you just joined, it's just going 1:30. Quick little update. I've had 1 fish, hour and a half to go. He's got 4 to my right. He's just playing another one at the moment. So I'm behind. I've only just sort of got access to the bit of the peg that I wanted, which is further towards the rope. Now the ice has melted. Everyone on the bank's had 1 or maybe 1 or 2 fish, I'm not too sure, but I'm happy with what I've got at the moment and hoping that I can get another few before the end of the match. But equally, if people are catching a few F1s, just 1 carp will put me right back in it. And that must have been a liner then, and not a bite, because I've not hooked it. It looked a little bit more positive than over the back of a fish liner, so bait looks good, but maybe it was a liner. Still, let's get back out. No, can't use bread, David. It's banned at the venue. Right, there's a couple more bubbles come up, but I've checked that now. So indication, previous cast, and a better indication that I thought was a bite, maybe it was a liner. Now I've got to chill out and let that rod get pulled round. Yeah, fluoro, I absolutely love fluoro pinkies. Whether that's for fishing for roach if it gets hard on the river, or now just as a little tipper for a few maggots, or I do it on the river as well sometimes. Fish a pinky with a dendrobina seems to be a good chub bait than just dendrobina alone. So there is some pimpling going on where I've just chucked that feeder and started to the left, and that might be because it's drifting because of the wind. There's definitely some activity going on where I'm chucking that feeder. I've just got to be conscious of, yeah, there's definitely bubbles coming up. Come on, fish. What I've got to be conscious of is, because that feeder's a little bit bigger, I don't put too much bait in. If I have too many false starts. But there is bubbles coming up there. He doesn't have bubbles in his peg to the right. Not that bubbles are getting me bites, but fish. Oh, come on, fish. That rod is going to go round. Come on, come on, come on, come on. If I get to 5 minutes and I recast, I've got to make a choice now. Leave it in for 10 minutes, or recast at 5 and only half fill the feeder. Oh, little indication. Something's nudged the feeder. Tip's just come back a little bit. I think what I'd rather do is I'd rather leave it for 10 minutes and cast it twice. You know, if they have a go at the bait and then give up, they're not going to take 3 maggots and the pinky off in one hit, so it should be good for 2, and I've had 3 or 4 casts now in that same spot because I've got the clip on, so I would have put a little bit of bait there. So I'm going to gamble with a 10-minute cast because that's 4:22 already, so let's go for a little bit longer. Fishing till 3 today. I don't know if you're just joining the channel or just joining the stream, I've got a lot of ice to my left. I haven't been able to fish as far out as I am now. At the beginning of the match there was all ice in front, so I've been waiting for it to melt, and the sun's like just sort of stalled and stalled and stalled, and now the sun's trying to come out. Probably, you know, 2 hours before it's going to get dark again, but now I'm fishing in the spot I want to fish, but I am fish behind, although I can't do anything about that. But now I've just got to try and catch what's in front of me. Like I say, there is some bubbles. I'm not going to scale down. 3 pound F1s can swallow this 14 hook no problem, and I want the 14 hook in case it's a 15 pound carp. So we'll leave this out for 10 minutes, see if it works. If it doesn't, fine. But let's try the slightly longer cast. He's not casting every 5 minutes to my right. He's definitely leaving it longer. Oh, come on, fish. Oh, come on, that's silly bubbles now. It's not like bream. It's like pimple, 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 pimple. And then suddenly there's a bunch of 5 bubbles, 6 bubbles, 8 bubbles. It's definitely feeding fish in my peg. Come on. Oh, welcome to the channel, Urban. Yeah, I think a lot of venues don't allow bread because, you know, bread's no good in large quantities in the water, right? It ruins the water quality, sours the water, or whatever the right term is. But that's why they ban it, because especially on like day ticket venues, you have people just coming along chucking loaves of bread in. Then that also encourages more people to fish on the surface, and then that means that people will have more issues getting caught up on ducks and that type of stuff. So, you know, for so many reasons, bread is not a good bait for a lake. Still see some bubbles, and that's 8 minutes. I'm not sure about reducing the amount of hook bait. I want it to stand out in terms of that's an easier meal for a carp. If I take a maggot off, the size 14 hook starts to look a bit big. I want the pinky, so I'm going to stick with it. At least for the moment. I'm going to get another 2 10-minute casts this hour, so let's see how we go. Yeah, it's just the thing about allowing bread on a venue is it's just unregulated, you know. People just chuck so much in. Because it's so cheap compared to other things. was thinking that I was too far from that island, but maybe I'm not. Just need a bit of luck now. Oh wow, is that 99 people? Is that messages? No, 102 people watching the channel. Wow, there's a milestone. Everyone hit the like button and subscribe button. Welcome everyone, if you're just joining. Fishing at Gold Valley Lakes today on an open match. It's been quite tricky. There's still, maybe you can see, there's still a load of ice on the lake. And I've had half a peg of ice for most of the match, but now it's cleared enough for me to sort of get out towards the rope where I think there's a few fish and there's a few pimples around where I've been casting, so I'm confident. Whether I can catch or catch enough before the end of the match, who knows. But welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, my name is Graham and I'm a match angler. Although I'm just not catching a lot currently. He says. Right, come on. Those ducks are going for it, aren't they, today? Leave it out. I think it was spring. Well, I thought, you know, you get 100 people watching some live fishing at the same time. You know, I feel like a Fishermania qualifier. So welcome to the channel. Going through these things, aren't they? Right, noisy birds. Oh, turn around, it's got another fish on. That's quite sad to see. Happy that he's catching, but I think he's now got 5 to my 1. Could just be that he's been fishing in the same spot for like an extra 2 hours. Where he was able to cast that distance from the off. I've had to fish closer in and then work my way out, but there's nothing I can do about that. In for a bit. Yeah, they're probably laughing at me yet. Right. So if you just joined the channel, you just first time here, you catch me on the end of my Christmas and New Year campaign. This is the 4th match, well, 4th fishing trip. I've been out since Christmas Day. I fished Christmas Day and Boxing Day at a venue called Tunnel Barn Farm and caught some F1s and some carp and perch, and then I fished a match here on last Sunday on a different lake, and today, and I caught a couple of fish then, and I've caught a bit less today, but weather conditions are not my friend, and maybe the draw's not my friend either today, but I've had a nice time, and I will turn the 4 live streams into 4 videos over the next couple of weeks so you can see the highlights. But welcome to the channel. And by the nature of the channel, the fishing stream, the premises that I live stream. So you see everything as it happens, and I discuss why I'm doing the particular things I'm doing and the tactics and what I'm thinking at the time. And so the bubbles that were there have gone. No, they're back again. 5 little pimples just came up. This is what I need to get a little, I need to get a SLR camera to put by the side of me with a zoom lens so you could see what I'm talking about right now. No, maybe not for the stream, but I could edit it in for the video that I make afterwards. So I will drop a maggot off in a second. Or maybe drop the pinky off, I say. I'm not sure. Oh, he's got another one straight away. Right, in an unusual turn of events, and slightly the contrary of what I've just been saying, I'm going to scale that right down. Size 14 is off. Size 16 is on. Single maggot and a pinky. And if you're wondering about what's going through my mind, because I just said I was sticking with the size 14 with the big bait and that type of stuff because I want it to be seen, the bubbles are making me wonder why I'm not getting a bite. So I am going to have a look. With a smaller hook. Which is really unlike me. I'm fishing a carp venue. Scaling down to a 16 hook is not really what I want to do, like, ever. But he's catching F1s next door. Look at them blowing in front of you now, look. The blow's in front of you, look, it's in your 10 metre line, look, in front of you. Look at all them bubbles. So we can have a look. As I said, it's not something I normally want to do. I don't want to scale down because I need to catch carp, but on the basis he's caught 4 fish since I had my one and I've seen some bubbles, then I'm going to scale down and just have a quick look. I can't think that they're shying away from it, but let's just see. Let's just see. Ooh, yeah, I'm glad you like it, John. I sometimes talk about the difference between watching stuff live and then watching something that's recorded, that's got live in the title, which is not live at all. It's just recorded. But you know, it's each to their own. You know what people can do, and you know what time permits, and how comfortable are they. Do you know what I mean? I've made some right boo-boos on the stream. I have to be super cautious with my language. For anyone that knows me, and you gotta be happy to show things going wrong, you know, casting a pallet waggler and realising you've loaded too much line on your reel and suddenly the line's gone underneath the spool and you've got to get it off. He's got another fish next to me. Ooh. If you're wondering why I'm not showing you his fish he's catching, is because he's not come here fishing today with the idea that I'm gonna show live what he's doing. Do you know what I mean? I can see and tell you that he's catching. I can also tell you he's fishing a maggot feeder the same as me, jacking at the same distance, same as me. Difference is he's got an island to his right, maybe that's holding some fish. And he's managed to fish the line for 2 hours longer. Scaling down the hook hasn't yet generated me a bite, so I'm not sure that was making the difference. I think his ability to have fished it for longer is what has made the difference. And he was saying that he was seeing F1's top near the island. But yeah, all of that stuff. What happened with the multiple cameras? So originally when I started the stream, I used to bring my laptop and I would have one on my chest like this. I'd have the camera on the laptop itself so you could see me, and I have another one like on the tip, and sometimes I'd do it where I'd have all 3 cameras on the screen at once, and sometimes where it was just one. Excuse me, I'm shivering a bit. And I changed it back to the single camera, and the reason for that is because whilst I do the upload, so you're watching this in 720p, it's actually recording at 1080p to the camera, so I can make a relatively decent video out of it afterwards for anyone that doesn't get to watch it. And when I do it on the laptop, I don't get the individual recordings from the individual cameras. So the only thing you've got as the recording is for the live stream is what I'm ended up transmitting, which is a 720p live stream. or I've got 1080p but I've got 3 cameras on screen, so that it's not as good for like post-production. And it also meant I have to bring my laptop, which on a couple of occasions when the weather turned, it was a bit horrible. The other thing was meant I could only do it in certain weather conditions, whereas with these cameras I can quite happily sit out in the sun, and I can quite happily sit out in the pouring rain. So, you know, some of those things also played into it. That's why I trimmed it back. But what I would like to do is I would like to get, whilst I've got this camera and I've got this one, I've got that one behind me stuck on my trolley, my old trolley that is, not the new one. But whilst I've got that situation, I would like to get another camera with a zoom on it, so I'm able to, in the edit of the live, be able to show you the bubbles pimpling and that type of stuff, you know. I think it'll just help for a better post-production video experience, because a bunch of people watch my lives, but also a bunch of people don't watch it live, so we have all sorts. Right, that was my one look on a smaller hook. Right, I need a 15-pound carp. Is it solid in your peg? It's solid. It's like it's the summer. Oh, the sun's finally turned up in my eyes. Brilliant. Sun's certainly turned up. Yeah, we've got an hour to go. I need 3 carp. Some F1s is not going to do the job. Although right now, I'd actually quite like to catch another fish, to be honest. I don't mind an F1. Whew. There is plenty of fish in his peg next door now, though. He's catching more often. He's fishing the same as me, maggot feeder. I can see it. Oh, fast. What's the plan for the channel in 2026? What you mean, matches, or am I going to do something different, or it's a very broad question. If I talk about matches, I've got a few festivals lined up again for next year. I've got the Spring Spectacular at Tunnel Barn Farm. Oh, little indication. Stops me in my tracks. I've got the Spring Spectacular at Tunnel Barn Farm. I've got the Daiwa Pole Masters. I've got the Thames Festival. I might try and get on another one, I'm not too sure yet. I've got to check my holiday dates, but so I've got three-day festivals coming up. 2 on lakes and 1 on a river. I've got I'll fish some big money qualifiers. I'll fish Fishermania qualifier here at Gold Valley. I'll probably fish 1 or 2 Maver Match This qualifiers at Tunnel Barn Farm. So hopefully win a match and then win another match and win 30 to 40,000 pounds. That'd be quite nice. And then outside of that, I'll have some regular club matches, some more trips down here to Gold Valley and then up to Tunnel Barn Farm as well. So the channel gets a nice mixture of river action, commercial F1 and then commercial carp on top of that as well. So I think that's quite nice for people in the channel. They see a bit of all sorts of techniques then, from fishing, you know, ground floats on the river on running water, to fishing a pallet waggler, to fishing a method feeder. So we'll do a bit of that. I've chatted a little bit and I've thought a little bit more. It would be nice to get another camera for the fishing. Sometimes I branch out and do something different, and it's met with some interest, but not a lot. I've had a lot of interest in the video I did on the Preston shuttle, on the product review. I think that's probably pushing 5,000 views now, that video. So I think that's quite popular. I don't know if I should do a little bit more of that. And the other thing I was thinking of doing was doing a from home live stream podcasty type thing that I might kick off in 2026 as well, so stay tuned for that. I'm not sure I'm going to get as good as the dizzy heights of tight lines that people used to watch on Sky Sports, but you know, let's see what I can do. So I might do something a little bit more like that. Another indication you can have that fish or not. Could just be the F1's picking it up, dropping it, picking it, dropping it. What I need them to do is just do that with it. So I'm going to leave it a little bit longer. So yeah, and then I might do some a couple of streamer collaborations. I think Julian and I might try and do a pairs match. If there's a pairs match we can get on at Gold Valley, so you can see both anglers fishing at the same time. And there's another channel that does live streaming, a right touch of fishing, and I said to Mick that does that, Mick and Nick, that I might drive out and go and fish for the day with those guys as well, and do a joint live stream. So a few bits, joint live streams, more big money matches, some more variety. But I'm open to suggestions, you know, I'm open to suggestions. If people want to see some more predator fishing, then I'm up for doing a bit of that maybe. I do like catching a pike. I might go to a few new venues next year. I'm talking about going to Ivy House Lakes. So I've seen someone else fish that a few times, looks quite nice. But I'm up for a few different venues as well. What I want to try and avoid is go into places where I know I'll bag up. If it's a pleasure fishing session, I couldn't, you know, for example, I couldn't just go and sit on the River Wye and catch a barbel. It's just, it's got no appeal. Whilst catching a barbel's nice, if I go and fish like renowned stretches that are full of fish, it's just not going to be a challenge. So, or maybe a couple of fishing challenges, I don't know if that's, as I said, I'm open to suggestions. Most people want to see my live match content, so that seems to be where the majority of my audience enjoys my content, so it's important that I, you know, continue to do that where I possibly can. So what do I do now? Do I leave this out for 15 minutes to get a bite? I think I've got to recast it at 10. I don't want to leave it for longer. I don't think. So yeah, keep an eye out on the on the post channel. Fast. I'll maybe do a couple of polls and get some audience engagement on stuff, but I generally find it quite funny when you get content creators and stuff on the web saying, you know, what do you want me to do? and then they don't. Right, let's go back to, I didn't have 3 maggots on, did I? Sometimes I think I'm going mad. Maybe I did. Maybe I had 3 and a pinky and I've lost the pinky. I did 2 and a pinky. Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. I've not seen all the other comments, maybe that people made, but I think it's the live, it's the interaction, it's, you know, chatting to people and having a discussion about stuff. And I have got into a conversation the last couple of days on stream and with someone else about using additives. And I did say to somebody that maybe we'd go and fish next to each other, side by side, exact same rigs, and they can use additives and I won't, and let's see if they catch more than I do. But so that might be on at some point from 2 anglers. But we'll have to do that live, so that'll have to be a venue where we can do it. Here's probably a good idea. You know, I'm still of the opinion it's got to be deep water. I don't think it makes much of a difference, maybe a bit. I think if you spend a little bit more time focusing on your casting, then that's maybe as good as. But we did have a slight difference of opinion, so we'd say that we might have to do something. That sun is awful now. I can just about see my far back marker if I cast. I knew this was going to happen. So yes, we might do a bit of that, but yeah, I think a lot of people like the live interaction and chatting about what I'm doing in a competition, and I think people enjoy it rather than pleasure fishing sessions. So the fishing stream has got to have a lot of streaming in it. Otherwise I'll have to change the name of the channel. It'll be the not quite live streaming. We'll see. I did see that earlier in the year, the Preston Innovation guys did a live stream, but they did one and then they did another one, and they had about 10 tons of equipment with them. So it's not easy, but I think it's what makes it fun for people. Right, I'm scratching my head a little bit. It's 45 minutes to go. It's an hour, it's 45 minutes I think now since I had my fish, if not a little bit longer. I did go a little bit further. I think that was the right thing. There was some bubbles on that spot, but I've not managed to turn that into more positive bites. There's been a couple of indications, but nothing more, whilst the guy to my right has continued to catch. Probably an F1 every 10 minutes since I caught, so I feel like I've fallen way behind him. The day looks like it's going to end. There's still going to be ice on the lake maybe by the time the sun goes down, although now it's a tiny little, it's a much smaller patch of ice than there was this morning, but we'll see what happens with the lake over the next few days, I guess. I just think that maybe one of his fish swam into my peg and I caught it. Although there's definitely been bubbles. So you said that'd be a good watch, Steve. Is that when I said about the I fish next to another angler and they use some additives and I don't? And we try and get some exact same setup to see if we can prove or disprove if it makes a difference or not. Yeah, okay, we'll give that some thought on how to make that happen. We'll do it live regardless, so you're able to put some more credibility behind it. Maybe if I beat him, he'll just complain that he should have been using, you know, raspberry ripple or banana than banoffee pie flavouring. Let's see. I know he's watching, so maybe that's on. Alright, again, not a lot of fish today, but I've enjoyed the chat, and I think I saw it bust 102 at one point. So if you've enjoyed the stream, if you're enjoying the stream and you're not subscribed, please do consider hitting that subscribe button, turn the notifications on with the bell, and then you'll get notifications when I go live in the future. And if you already are, then you know that's brilliant. There's 2,000 and excuse me, 64 of you I think it was, or 62 of you this morning, so that's brilliant and I really appreciate it. And anyone that's decided to join the channel and take out a membership for no additional perks, I apart from some recognition for how long you've been a member and some additional tools to put some stuff in chat when I catch a fish or not, then you know, that's brilliant. I really appreciate that. But I don't know what to do here. He's got another fish next door. My accuracy's been fine, it's been in the same spot. He's fishing a maggot feeder, I'm fishing a maggot feeder. Maybe it's just the island advantage. I'm just a bit disappointed that I've cast the bubbles and I've not had a bite off of them. But still, I can catch 2 carp in 40 minutes. Whenever, Julian, it's not a rush, mate. Let's leave it in for a bit longer, I think. I think I'll leave this for until 15 minutes, which is another Just under 4 minutes to go, and then I'll recast it. Same spot, be consistent with it. Not sure I've got another viable alternative. I think it's just the right thing. Maybe it's, like I was saying, he's had a head start fishing that spot, but I suspect it's the island, and the fish are sitting on the island and he's dragging him away from the island. Everything peg one they've got a fish on, I can see. It might be Charlie. Got another fish on to my right. How many's that, Paul? How many's that? I think it's a 7 or 8 and a skimmer. So I'll be about right. I'll be putting him on about £24, £22. I didn't think it was going to be made up with a bunch of F1s though, but almost double pinky. I've got one F1 Joe. He's got 8 next door to me. From the time that the ice broke, that I was able to cast out to where I wanted to, which was the same sort of distance as where he was casting next door. He's had a fish every, I don't know, 7 minutes or something like that, maybe 5 minutes. From that point, the only difference is maybe he's using a slightly smaller feeder. Mine just made a bit of a plop. I was trying to catch up with the amount of bait, and I'd put a heavier feeder on so the winds didn't take it to the left into the ice, but that's been the noisiest plop that I've done, but I can't see that's making the difference. I think he's just able to cast it really close to the island. And that's where the fish are hanging out. Or the bunch of F1s are hanging out and the carp are sitting somewhere and just watching TV. I've thought that maybe I should have come shorter again where I caught the fish originally, but it's not the right spot. I'm happy this is the right spot. And there's been some pimples, but I don't know why I've not had bites. I've had a couple of indications, but nothing better than that. So there's not a lot I can do. Tried a smaller hook. I've varied it slightly from the 3 maggots and a pinky that I got the bite on to I'm now on 2 maggots, 2 pinkies. I've done 3 maggots, 1 pinky, 2 maggots, 1 pinky, 3 maggots, no pinky. I think the 3 maggots and the pinky's a good bait for F1s and carp, given the size of the F1s in here. So I think all that's fine, but every 5 minutes I turn around and he's got another one on. Fishing highlight of 2025. Oh, Vass. Good question, that. I feel like I had a terrible spring spectacular. Didn't know enough about meat fishing short on the pole, although I learnt a lot. So I learnt a lot in the spring spectacular. I had great fun fishing the Thames Festival. That was really good, met some really nice people. Won my section one day after I committed to fishing for bream on the 3rd day. I had a few bream on the 2nd, and I had a tough draw on the 1st day. Won some club matches. It's always good. I had that day on the Waggler on the river, fishing a Waggler on the river for the first time, like ever. Caught some clonking roach and hybrids. Went out to catch a pike, dead baiting, and caught one within an hour and a half. That was good. And then I had that great day on the pellet waggler here, catching loads of F1s and carp. You know, with days when you just cast the pellet waggler, and as soon as it lands you go, that's going to get me a bite, and then suddenly the rod's bent round. That's really difficult to choose. It's got another fish to my right, absolutely slaying it. It's somewhere between the pellet waggler day, which was just such a great fun hour and a half's fishing, and the Thames Festival. I caught some bream, there was a bit of drama. We had a boat come down the first day that started just causing disruption to the event. That was interesting, but met some nice people, caught some fish, did well in the festival considering it was the first time I'd fished it, and the standard of angler was really, really good. But that hour and a half on the pellet waggler was absolutely mint, as someone might say. I don't know what the right word is. It was just a mate. It was just the match. It was one or the other. Versus 3 days of fun. I don't really know how to pick between them. It's one of those two. It's one of those two things. I think it's one of those two. Yeah, one of those two. It's Pellet Waggler at Gold Valley, where I caught a load of F1s and carp up in the water. On a Pellet Waggler after I spotted some signs of fish up in the water, and then it just worked out perfectly, and it was an absolutely brilliant session. Thought it was the whole enjoyment of the 3 days of the Thames Festival. Having only started fishing rivers again 2 years ago, to be competing in a river festival with some, you know, people that just fish rivers, and who have been, you know, great at that for 20-30 years. So probably achievement wise it was where I finished in the Thames Festival, but for an hour and a half of sheer delight it was catching on the Pellet Waggler. It's joint result. Fast, I can't pick. Or from the channel point of view, you know, getting over 2,000 subscribers, having a few people take out memberships to the channel to help support it, you know, a little bit more, you know, that's all been brilliant as well. Some great live streams, you know, last stream of the year I've topped over 100 viewers at one point today, you know, which means that, you know, YouTube has decided that my streams are decent. Otherwise it wouldn't show it to people, for them to click on it. So from a stream point of view, there's been a bunch of highlights as well, you know. That's also been really good. There's been quite a few achievements there. And a really successful first, you know, product review video that I did for one person that 5,000 people have watched. So yeah, there's been a few highlights for the channel too. Right, back to fishing. 40 minutes to go. My tip continues to not move. It continues to catch every 10 minutes or just less to my right. I don't think there's anything that I can do about this right now. I think I might be in the wrong place. No, I've seen no indications. What I was expecting, you know, when I was feeding to the left, there may have been an opportunity for some carp. You would have seen them blowing in my mind on the pegs. It's not that. I've got the, and if I come in to my left and fish in 10 meters of water from the bank, you've only got 10 meters from the spot to the bank and then outwards to draw the fish. Whereas if I chuck it where I'm chucking it, I've got 40 meters either side of me to draw fish from. I've got a better opportunity. So I have a better opportunity of catching where I am than if I bring it in. And I've seen no signs. And I've been putting the feeder out there for an hour, so in my mind it's better to stay where I am, even though I'm not catching at the moment. I think that's the right thing. No, I'll let us get to 15 minutes and I will recast it for the last cast of the match. But, you know, in that last cast of the match, I'm ultra confident in my gear, and if I hook a 15-pound carp, I'm going to get a 15-pound carp in. So, you know, I could end up leapfrogging a bunch of people in the match, possibly all the way up to second place. I don't know. I don't know what's been caught, but I imagine the gentleman to my right is going to win today. Oh, no fish that time. No fish for you. Oh, it's rubbish, isn't it? He's having a joke. Right. Let's get back out. That wasn't a gentle little plop. Still. Right, here we go. Last cast of 2025. Come on, give me a fish. I need a mid-double carp. Let's see. I'll do a quick summary of just coming up to the last 15 minutes of the match. I've managed to put one fish in the net, one F1, about £3, which I had about an hour and a half ago. I've had a little bit of a difficult day. I've been met with a load of ice in my peg to my left that hampered how far I could cast. And then as the ice broke, I managed to push out further and further, finally getting to where I wanted to be. And I'd had an F1, and there was some signs of some more fish, but they've since disappeared, and I've not materialised another bite, just a couple of indications. They've caught to my right, gentleman to my right, I think he's probably going to win the match. He's caught about 9 F1s and a skimmer. So he's had a reasonably good day, fishing the same distance as me, and also fishing a maggot feeder, but I think he's drawing fish that are sitting around the island, and that's been his success. But that's that. So this is probably going to be the last cast, and hopefully maybe I get a fish before the end of the match, but we're finishing in just under 15 minutes, so this is probably going to be it. Outside of that, I've had a fantastic stream. It's been brilliant. There's been plenty of people on the channel, and probably some new subscribers as a result, so thank you for that, and thank you for all your support in 2025 and making the stream what it is, and you know, fishing like this so enjoyable. So thank you for that, and thank you to everyone that's subscribed and donated and taken out a membership. That's brilliant too. So thanks everyone for all of that, and hopefully we're going to catch some more fish in 2026. Not too sure where that's going to be. First fish might be in a local river to me. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it won't take long for me to get back out, weather permitting, and to put something in the net. So thank you very much. I think this is probably it from today. Let's catch something in a minute. Anyway, if that's it, then thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. See you later. Ta-da. But I'm not gone yet because it's live. He's got another one next door. Oh my, oh my, oh my. We don't appear to be doing anything different, he and I. Distance, check. Maggot feeder, check. Hook length, check. Except he's got an island and I haven't. Maybe that's enough of a difference. Oh yeah, and Happy New Year to everyone. No ground bait this time of year. Not until afterwards would I consider some. Because I'm trying to catch carp, and my view is the carp aren't interested in ground bait, they're interested in maggots at this time of the year. So if I start thinking about ground bait, then I'm fishing for bream, and as soon as I'm fishing for bream, then I'm not fishing at the moment to win. Match was won with 101 pound on syndicate the other day, 60 pound weights, 40 pound weights. So as I say to people often, I'm just looking for the win. I'm fishing an open match. Whereas I might put some ground bait in, and I might catch a bream or might catch some roach or something. It's not of interest. I'm trying to fish the method where I think I'm going to win the match. Little indication then. See, that's what it's been. It's just been a few little indications. I need a carp to come along and drag that round, which has still got time. I've got 9 minutes. Hey, you too, Jim. I can't believe it's the feeder. You see, his feeder just whistled through the air like it's got no bait in it. But you can't be using it like a straight lead. That's the only time it's done it. Maybe it's because it's 9 minutes before the end of the match. He's trying to catch another fish, so he's not put bait in it intentionally. It's probably that. Winter carping. As I was saying though, last year it was horrific. Maybe that's still to come in January and February. Or I don't know, maybe I'll stay indoors. Maybe I'll work on that podcast idea in January and February. And get these 4 videos edited down and put up on the channel. Be like, see you in March. £30 carp in here, just pull it round and I'll scream for someone to bring me a bigger land in there. Oh, he's got one. He's got another one. He's got another one. Fair play to him. couple of minutes left, not long. Seems we've gone quite fast, those 5 hours, thinking about it. It's been quick today. Not sure it's going to make a very long video. It's 20 minutes of me talking about where the ice is. Alright everyone, I think that's going to be just about it for me. That horn is going to go, and then I've got to get packed up because I've got to weigh people in today. The joy of the scalesman. Yeah. Right, that's it. I think I'm going to say goodbye as we count down the last minute, I think, of the match. So I hope you have a good new year tonight, or whenever that is for you, and I will see you at some point in 2026 out of the bank for some more live match fishing. All right. I can't stop early because I never will. But yeah, have a great time, and I look forward to seeing all of you in the new year. That tip just moved. When I grab it. That's that though. Right. Oh, I should have taken that clip off. I'll recast it in a sec. Right, so yes, as I was saying, have a good new year everybody, and I will see you sometime in 2026.